Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, boys and girls. Welcome in. Welcomes. Tis a new day. Tis a big day today. Biggest of big days today. 5 years in the making, big day today. Finally get the OG long boy. And then we can say, goblin mode completed, mate. Then I'm going to be poor. Like cash money poor. Like crazy poor. Outrageous. Oh well, it's going to be worth it though. Right, I've just about got my accounts up and running. Let's check the few Mechanica pets that I do or do not have for sale. I need to get farming some Mechanica, to be honest. I got stuck playing BF6 last night. Oh my god, that game is good. Oh my god. Is it lure drop day? Is it really? Out of curiosity then, because I posted my Phantom Bloom on the auction house. Phantom Bloom. Is it Phantom Bloom day? Yeah, the price of Phantom Bloom's rising, look. It's going up. Price of Phantom Bloom's going up. Some big chunks here where people have done some resets. You got mine in here at 85. Somebody else has had another go. Clearly thinking the same as me. Lure drop Q3. No, lure drop 76 gold. So that's dipped a little bit. That's where it's sort of balanced out. Oh my god, look at these big chunks. Look at these big chunks. Big chunks. There's a chance today then, because this has also caused lure drop to... It's been 90 gold recently. For those of you out there that are actually looking at doing any flasks, for example, potions, for example, might not be a terrible day to buy up some lure drop if you still need it. It's probably a little bit more expensive still than what, like, back in the day kind of prices were. But if you missed the early bird catching the worm prices, today's a good day for it. Let's get these put back on the auction house. Yo, wait, hang on. Venture Companyman, 700k. I'm the only one posting that apparently today. Okay. Even on Draenor, they're running out. Lol. We need to check the supplies of these sorts of stuff. It's going to be funny to watch. K-Chak was tracking the numbers, I think, and I saw, like, the EU went from, like, 10, 11,000 Mechanica to, like, 18,000 Mechanica worth of items on the auction house in, like, a couple of weeks, probably because of the everybody trying to grind out Paragon mounts with the collector's event and the end of season stuff, and double rep bonus and all that sort of shenanigans. But we'll see what happens in the next few weeks to supplies and Mechanicas, because there's not a lot. There's not a lot of people that are still going to be running the Undermine, I don't think. But it's fun to know it's Herb Exchange Day, though. Herb Exchange Day is fun. Well, based upon the fact that lure drop at Q3 is still the most expensive, still kind of makes it Herb Exchange Day. I need to post some auctions. This is a really boring, lazy way of starting the stream, but I need to post some auctions. And en route, we might find a character somewhere that has a longboy in his inventory. Should be cool, wouldn't it? I genuinely can't remember which character I bought it on. I think I remember the realm. I think it was Wait, why are all of these getting the starting splash screen? Sure. Oh, quite probably because I haven't actually logged these on for a few days. Mr. Norton, welcome in. Good morning. Let me say my good mornings quickly. Chris, Loot Fever, Chalida, Guild of Golds, Equilibrium, Jargist, Mr. Norton's. Welcome in, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Thank you for joining me. Let's take out expireds. Why didn't the invite work? Oh no. Why is that not working? What are we listening to? Holy shenanigans. My playlists are so scuffed right now. Yeah. Can I use channel points to change a playlist? Yeah, I've changed it. I made with the Phantom Bloom flip into Lure Drop now about 6 million profit in 2 hours. Bought loads of it cheap the first 2 days. Nice to see people are listening. Nice to see people are doing clever things. Love that. Love that. Now the community to raid add-on. Why does this not work? Why is this little add-on broken all of a sudden? This add-on being broken is going to make mechanical farming problematic for me. That doesn't work. Has anybody else that's doing this mechanical farm had trouble with the community to raid invite thing? I'll yeah, DM me on Discord if you can. I might do this later then if that's the case. It's not overly problematic. It's just alright, okay. I'll post my auctions later then. I'll figure this out later. Not the time to do this now. Let's head over to the new zone. Let's get some of the new zone stuff done. Might do some delves today, you know. Good day, I think, to get some delves done. Chill on a Friday. Reputation-wise, like, other than doing world quests on a bunch of alts and shit, there's, like, not really anything I can particularly do. I want to spend some time maybe today getting the treasures and killing all of the rares in the new zone. I know my weekend is going to be very busy, and I'm not sure I'm going to get really that much time to play games over the weekend. So it kind of makes a bit of sense for me get some of the basics done and out of the way for the weekend. We got Bran to get to 100 now, don't we? Flipping hell. Level 100 Bran of all things. Wow, that's a stinky fat load of nothing. Get my patron orders out the way, or at least the ones that are viable to press buttons on. You can level Bran now, it's just super not worth it. Well, I've noticed this throughout the first 2 seasons, that Bran being level 1 or Bran being level 80 didn't really feel like he was overly impactful anyway. Now, I guess this is because I'm using him as healer, so as long as he throws me a potion from time to time and I can run over it, that's all I really want him to do. I've never really felt as if Bran's been overly useful for much else anyway. That's the advantage of having, you know, pets do pet things and I can just pew-pew from afar. So I'm sure other classes have it slightly differently. But I've never really relied on Bran at all. He's just kind of there to throw me a potion when I stand in something I shouldn't. Blasphemite's 100 gold plus still. That's kind of surprising, you know. Ow. Done Bran up to, I've done up to 11s and Bran didn't get a single point of XP. Oh, Bran doesn't even level till next week. Oh. Well, that's weird. Oh, okay. Either way, whatever. Does anybody else get the feeling that, like, when we get a patch, the week before the season starts feels more like a pre-patch week than an actual patch week? It's kind of odd. It's like... I mean, it makes sense, right? Blizzard give us the patch and... Oh, shit. We're in the middle of a thunderstorm again. Hang on, please hold. Let me check the weather map. Is this going to be a big thunderstorm? Is this going to be a long thunderstorm? Right, I might lose internet and I might lose electricity. And if that happens, the stream dies. But for the next... Oh, shit. For the next couple of hours, we're in a thunderstorm. Okay. Oh my god, I was about to show you the map then, and I suddenly realised I'm showing you where I live. That's madness. Okay. Well, in that case then, we will keep today being a... We will just see how long the stream lasts, because it will die at some point. We can just look at where the storm is now. Oh, it's a big storm. You'll be fine. Show me the Bruto. It's Schrodinger's Bruto right now. It's Schrodinger's Bruto. It's probably in the mailbox on one of my characters somewhere. We will go and collect it maybe later. No, shit, not the Undermine. That's force of habit. Wrong portal. Oh my god. Thunderstorm cam and a doggo cam. Well, if we do get a new puppy in a couple of weeks, there'll be puppy cam again. You better believe. Mostly because I'll need you guys to tell me when it's flipping eating a wire behind me that I'm not looking at. He's going to forget about it, isn't he? The meme isn't over yet. I tell you what, the intrusive thoughts to delete it are outrageous. Actually outrageous intrusive thoughts right now.
I have many wares.
You could use channel points to decide who and what we're looking at. Well, I can rig it up so that channel points can be exchanged for like 30 seconds of puppy cam. It'll just pop up in front of me. I can probably rig that sort of thing up so that it's not permanently on screen, because otherwise it would take a lot of real estate, but it's probably a good use of channel points. I can probably rig that up. That's within my realms of possibility. Postmaster's prototype parcel and postage presser. Well, I've definitely done that. Requires phase diving and requires what lies beyond. Oh, what, really? So the Hearthstone toy is not that. That's not the same as the Hearthstone toy that's in the exact same location. Oh, maybe it's not. Alright, phase divey dive. I'm just going to collect treasures. We're going to get the map clean as possible. God, I hope we don't get struck by lightning or something silly. Once again, I'm going to regret not having the flipping, what do you call that, battery pack thing. I see Wowhead's wringing its hands over the rap level, quote-unquote, scandal. What, you mean people that just did the campaign on an alt and got level 4 out of nowhere? I don't think it's that deep, really. Requires what lies beyond? Wishy raps. Oh! 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 I don't have high cloak level enough to get this one yet. Oh, okay. Right. I see, I see. I need greater levels. What else we got over here? Why is what lies beyond? Devour attack, defeat the wall breaker. Do it. Oh shit, there's dots. What's this fella have? There's a decent Wowhead list if you need it for that sort of stuff. I'm hoping whichever add-ons I'm using will give me a good heads up to what I can and can't get. Uh, 655 one-handed sword. A bit of rep. 15 reputation. Okay, so there's 3 around here that need some in. Chowder, claimed. So let's just head over to Nakroa and start cleaning over there, I think. That's probably the plan. Today's fungal folly is annoying. That delve's really 50-50, isn't it? Sometimes you can use it as just a real quick blast kind of zone. Other times it's a real pain in the ass. Oh, requires what lies beyond. Requires what lies beyond. Lightly dented luggage. I can get lightly dented luggage. How many locations is multiple locations? Just the 2 by the looks of things. Whoa, it's proper going crazy outside. Please hold. Bam! Yeesh! Raining. Raining. I don't think you guys will quite hear it on the microphone, but it's flipping going bananas outside. Doggo's being well behaved. They don't mind thunderstorms too much. They're used to them. Oh, we can hear the storm when you speak? Yeah, because I've got the, Wait, hang on. If I turn my noise gate off, you'll be able to hear it. It's proper going for it outside. Nice ambiance for WoW. What does this one look like even? Now they should show up pink. Okay, that one's apparently not there. When I go in phase diving, I don't see any activities, but when I go to the teleporter, I do. Sounds odd. Sounds like a patch day bug. Sounds totally normal. This is fine. This is one of the 3 that I couldn't find at all. Okay. Well, when they say they can spawn at multiple locations in the first place, and equally the fact that they claim that they have to, like, spawn, they're not just there, means it could be a realm hoppy situation. Or my add-on just might not have all of the possible locations for them. What add-on is doing this? Is this handy notes? What even is this? Yeah, handy notes. The alternative is I cross-reference with Zygor. Okay. Zygor doesn't know where any of them are yet. Sure. Okay, try the next one. Show me your achievement progress. I'll tell you if you have all which are available yet. Oh, I'm not at that point yet. I've still got loads to find. I mean, I've got so many to find. I've barely started the treasure hunt. I, at the very least, need to kill all of the pink rares, don't I? Maybe that should be a little bit more of a priority. The Night Reaver, Milk, Malacta, I don't know how you say that. More of the Sands, phase diving. Where's the nearest phase divey thing? Over here. Sandworm Coffer, which you've got, is the last on the list to be able to find. All above him listed in the achievement are possible. Oh, okay, so this is as far as we can get right now. So all of these ones are ones we can't get right now. Is that what we're saying? So I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that should be possible to get. Okay. Pink rares, what's the significance? Pink means I haven't killed it so far this week. White means I have killed it and claimed its rep from it. I can kill it again for more chances at loot every day, but I've claimed the rep from it. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 rares that can be still killed for rep at the very least. And don't you want your black mount since you're bidding on the green one? No, I'm greedy. I'll have both. We'll have both. Do we, regarding the rares, do we think that there's aggressive respawn times on any of these? Or do we think that they're reasonable? Has anybody done a rare world tour? Can you hear the thunder now? Sharding over to a low pop might help. Yeah, well, I have that advantage. Oh, wait, hang on. Something spawned anyway. Please hold. I'll accept that in a minute. There's one I need to kill anyway. Where'd you go? You, the Night Reaver. Pew. Dusk Thief? Dusk Thief? That sounds like a pet. Night Reaver. What's the one for finding all the rares? Killing all the rares. What's that one going to be called? Collect the sword cosmetics listed below. Okay. Oh, we'll find out in a minute. Right. Okay, so that was one of these. So let's try and find more of the sands. We're in phase diving. Let's go lurk up here somewhere where it claims to spawn. Did you know Finland isn't real? I just learned that today. Well, like Australia, you mean? Finland, like the capital of Germany or something, is what some people claim, isn't it? Do we, both of them fake. Do we think that there's a group finder chance of this? And is there a world boss? What's the world boss called? Auto accept. Wow, there's like no groups for literally anything. Veshana's the world boss. I'd assumed it would have been in here. You are not the group lead. Wait, hang on. Am I in a group? Ah. Wait, hang on. Whoa! Please hold. It was on my homeland all along. Remnants of a shattered world. There's another one. That's the one I want to track. Nice. Is there still thunderstorm ASMR? I don't have monitoring on, so I can't tell. You might only be able to hear it when I shut up. Oh, the one where I am now is a non-phase one. Ah, right, yeah, you're spot on. Keep me out of phase. Oh, hello. Well, the screen was wobbling. Something stirs far beneath you? Yo! Is this how you summon the prayer? The shaking resumes and it seems closer now. Hey, that's kind of clever. Stomp the floor, find a worm. Right, the storm seems to have mostly passed for now. I'm going to put some tunes back on. Yeah, a bit of a Dune reference there, yeah. It's quite funny. There's our rep. Let me put my noise gate back on again as well, otherwise I forget. And then you hear me do all my noises. There we go. Right, who's this fella? Revenant of the Wasteland. This is another one that's phase diving. Best of the weather out here, isn't it? We've only got clouds. Clouds usually turn into summon eventually. Right. Revenant of the Wasteland. What I want to do actually is grab up a... What's the achievement called? Remnants of a Shattered World. Remnants of a Shattered World. There we go. The rare in the new delve is a great reference. Darude, and then it casts Sandstorm. Yeah, somebody told me about that the other. It might have been you. Somebody told me about that. That's quite funny. Living in Finland, I appreciate that one. How do you get the cloak on the alts if you do the skip? A new quest appears on the map where the cloak dude is. So just go get it. A new triangle, purple triangle quest. Right, who are we trying to kill here? Revenant of the Wasteland. Revenant of the Wasteland. Phase diving. Cast Soul Impale, several AoE blasts in a straight line, and Spirit Siphon, which does shadow damage and heals him, interrupt it. Okay. Say anything in more detail about spawn rates and stuff, maybe? Any infos? What does he drop? Nothing special. Just be here. Just be here. Might be a hoppy one then. Yeah, so this little island up here, the Overlook, Kazoshal, Karesh, you'll just be able to fly straight here. And you should just get given the cloak straight away. If you have dudes if you have somebody online available for a realm hop, I'll always take it. Alternatively, I can start being productive on my other, start getting my other tunes in here as well. I'm wondering if it's worth setting anything up for. I wonder if it's worth setting anything up for next week with the eco domes. I wonder if it's worth getting all of my characters their stuff. Take the skip, get them in the zone, get them their wraps. Then they'll have their wraps, they'll have their belt. They'll have their wraps, they'll have their belt, and then they just pad out the rest of their gear. And it means that if we feel the need to do eco domes a million times for pets, if it's a possibility, it's a thing. Maybe we should at least give it a go, getting some of them in. And I can just kind of be lurking, waiting for the rares to spawn while we do that as well. Might be better to wait until we all have the cloak have the form cloak upgrades. Then it's just a one-go thing. That's true, but on most of my dudes who have like 0 gear anyway, a cloak at any level is going to be worth having. You are right. I'm just thinking more for if on Wednesday we need to blast a bunch of alts through Ecodome, having it set up now might be easier. I don't know. And then at least having the characters in the zone will mean I can do realm hopping with them as well. Yesterday with all my alts to get the weekly chance on one of the rares for the mount. That's another thing actually, if we want to grab any of the rare goodies from the zone. That a big dude? No. Tokens on Classic only give you game time. Yep. Yep. Only game time. Oh, you're going to use some classic funds to get your extra little bit for the Epic Edition when it becomes a thing. I see, I see. I think I'll keep the Hearthstone for these characters at the hotel. I don't think I'm going to change that, because they're still most likely going to just be Mechanica farm tunes for the most part. But it's worth getting a few characters over there if it's only for realm hopping and testing and whatever. Oh shit, too far. I actually need to put the 1 button macro on all of these as well. $20k in classic seems less than 400k in retail. Yeah. Well, especially with Mr. Pandaria launching at the moment, you can, if you've got any form of setup on classic already, making that is apparently not too taxing. 1 button doesn't work for me anymore since the patch. A few people have said that. I think things are clearly a touch busted. Continue the campaign by accepting the quest restoring operational efficiency in Tazavesh. So, at what point? I've heard this tale before. Skip the Knife's Edge campaign up to the Shadows on Guard chapter, as well as the quest line diving into phase diving. So we can take the skip, and when taking the skip, it gives us then the option to just fly straight here. And then we can get the thing. Okay, so the skip's easy business. Does the community invite macro work for your alts? No, it seems to be busted since the patch. I will figure out a solution at some point. Alternatively, I'll have to go old school and make some proper macros. Worth doing both the bosses that drop mounts early on. Use the world boss quest to swap our shards. Yeah, I think there's no reason really for me to not get half of these tunes doing something constructive. Who's this dude? Isn't this the one we're waiting for? Where is he? There he is. I wonder if they saw it being used nefariously. No. It's just like most add-ons. It probably references something somewhere that's causing it to go bananas until it gets fixed. I'm using a slightly edited copy of it anyway, so I need to amend it further. Oh yeah, we're phase diving, aren't we? Right. Who next? We've cleared this island. Zaran the Binder. Urmag. Oh, this is a mount one. Pearlescent Prolusk. This is one we want to kill as many times as possible until we get the mount. You got the other 2 rares on the island. I've not killed them today, but I've killed them this week for the purpose of the rep, yeah. When they're white, it means I haven't yet killed them today. But I have killed them at some point during the week. When they're pink, I haven't killed them at all. When I kill them today, they disappear off the map. But my priority is the pink ones, because they give the rep, and it's the first time I've killed them. Zaran the Binder. Phase diving. Let's just head towards it. Where's a local phase diving spot? There aren't many phase diving spots on this map at all, is there? Is there any on it? Wait, hang on. Where's all the phase diving spots? I'm using my own weak aura, and that fixed the invites, was just opening the community once on each account. Don't know if that fixes it for your guys. Oh, okay. Zaran the Binder. Is that this dude? Just chilling there, look. Chilling. Can only see the teleport pads on the islands that you're currently on. I find that a bit annoying. Oh, okay. I hadn't even noticed. There's another one down. We got here. Oh, there's two in here. Cheeky. One in phase. Two in phase. How do I even get back up here now? Didn't consider that when I jumped off a bridge. I'm working on a ground-up rebuild just for partying. I've edited the community to raid to work, but I don't want to share it as it's not my add-on. But if I do a custom rebuild, I'll share it. Sounds good, Woo. Sounds good. A built-for-purpose add-on that does that would be very useful. Because obviously community to raid is kind of like, it just conveniently does roughly what we want it to do. And with a slight tweak to the lure, you can make it turn everything into a party and not a raid, which is what I and many others have done so far. But a built for purpose tool to do the job. Orgraph the Ravager. Here we go. I got loot fever to do me my weak auras when I need to. It's I need to find a couple of people that are like just really good with lure to do add-ons. All I know though is that add-ons are incredibly time consuming, not only to produce in the first place, but then to also maintain going forward. And if it's not a passion project for somebody, I mean, I'd be willing to partly bankroll any tools that are useful, but probably can't pay market rates, for standard dev work, unfortunately. Zikthar the Unblinking. Assume it spawns around here. The provided coordinate is where he stops and patrols all the way up the icy river to the northeast. So in other words, he can spawn in a bunch of this area, okay? Well, we'll see if we can spot it on the map. While we do that, let's get these dudes their capes. Let's try, just out of curiosity, opening this on a... Seeing something as simple as refreshing the fact that I'm in a community. And then if we do a reload, see if that makes any difference. The add-on could just be balked. How long till people start getting the 100k permaroon? Can it be as early as next week? Well, you can basically hit between Renown 8 and Renown 9, doing all of the general activities this week. Next week, we'll get the final 2 chapters of the campaign. We'll probably get the quest that will send you off into the raid to kill the boss. Which, if completed, will probably give you 1,500, 2,000, maybe an entire renown level. I suspect people will be getting 13, 14, 15 quite comfortably next week. It will probably be the week after when most, well, people who really want it. The only way to really push your renown any further is to just do world quests on an ungodly number of alts. So there is a sort of a bit of a gross grind it out way of getting extra rep, but there'll be most people won't do that. Most people just do like the campaign and the basic big chunks of big chunk rewards, which I'd expect it would be a couple of weeks before people hit renown 18. Does contract bonus apply to the same world quest over and over and over on alts? The world quests on Koresh, yes. So if you've got plenty of level 80s that can come and do the world quests on the zone, every time you complete a world quest on an alt in the zone. Now let's not forget there may only be 10 world quests. So for every additional alt you do all of the world quests on, it's worth like 150 rep. So you need to be doing it on like 10 alts, all of the world quests in the zone on like 10 alts just to get like 1 bonus renown. It's real sweaty. Rep from the quest is per warband. Yes, the rep that you would get by completing... The rep you get by completing the world quest is yes. But this is the 15 that you get on the contract. This is that 15 you're getting is from the contract. So the world quest, if the world quest gives you rep, it will only give you rep once. But you can do it again on alts, and the contract will give you 15 rep. It's the contract, it's the rep from the contracts that you're getting. But like I said, you could do, for every extra alt, it's like 150 rep, maybe. So it's real hardcore sweaty. But it is technically a way, if you have an absolutely ungodly amount of alts and are willing to do nothing but world quests all week, a way to get 1 or 2 extra renown levels a bit quicker. I did it in Undermine. That's how I was able to push the Undermine rep to 20 so fast. But I basically only did it to get, what was it, renown 13 back then, I think, for the dumpsters. That's how I had about a 3 or 4 days head start on most people with the dumpsters. But it wasn't fun. It was like 3 or 4 evenings on the first week doing nothing but world quests on alts. It was like, ugh, nah. Not doing it again. But I'd point out that it only works on the quests in this zone. So like last patch, it only worked on the world quests in Undermine. You weren't able to use your alts to do a world tour. All of these world quests wouldn't give you it. It was only the ones that were home to the... I don't know. It's weird. Whether... I don't know. It might be clever use of K mechanics. I don't know. Oh, okay. So it does appear that simply opening the community page on the alts and then doing a reload is enough to get the add-on working again. Clearly it just didn't know that those characters were part of a... Which is fine, okay. Does feel nasty, but there's a world quest. Kill one rare elite and you complete it. Yeah, I mean like I said, it's you both need an ungodly amount of alts, and you simultaneously need to have the desire to do it. It's hella grindy. It's not something I'd recommend. And like I said, it's not really worth it. There's nothing to particularly chase after with the renown that makes it worth it. Get in phase, port to me, prototype up. Oh wait, hang on. I'm busy doing. Hang on. Who's hold? I don't know where you are. Oh, you're miles away. I'm in phase. I need a phase platform thing. Where's the platform gone? I zoomed straight past it. Prototype. Pew pew. The contract's account wide now, it wasn't before. Yeah, it always has been through this expansion, yeah. No loot. Thank you for the rare, though. Thank you for the rare. Head back to farm this one. Wait for this one. Put up my Warlock summon team. Just summoned and killed that mob 200 times. I might, for any of the rares that drop anything cool, mounts, for example, we will probably use the alt army to our advantage there. And this week is technically the kind of week to do this sort of silly shenanigans, because there's not really a huge amount else going on this week. Once you've done the questing anyway. Last seen 2 days ago, not killed yet. Well, let's just lurk. Wait for this thing. We finish getting some of me cloaks on these dudes. Was that it? No. Need a new wraps. There we go. Speak to Hashim to enable the summoner mother. Do we speak to him again? I want to empower it. And there's some points. And I can kind of half leave these dudes just here for now. You missing 2 points from this week? Yeah, I know I am, yeah, I know. I didn't actually play WoW all that much yesterday. I got stuck playing BF6 last night. So I'm kind of slacking. How much you been selling the Mechanica mounts for since 11.2 launched? I don't have any in stock. I've sold out of everything. Just wondering, is there a flight path on this island? Make this process. There is a flight path on this island, so actually the whole process here is made much easier by speak to you, go there. Speak to you, go there. And while I'm here, I'll relist auctions. Oh, hang on. Is this a dude we need? Some dude of dreadfulness. You're flipping miles away. Can we get there quickly and easily before something happens? Probably not. I'll wait for the rare I'm waiting for. What's his name? Ixthar. At last. It's probably not going to be too worth getting everybody in here, but it might end up being. I haven't decided. Oh, I didn't upgrade. It's a cool, interesting spot to do your auctions, though. It's of all the places to sit on the auction house. Okay, they are all wrapped up. Unintended. There was a mailbox. Perhaps you could use your new Bruto. I don't technically have it yet. It's still in the mailbox somewhere on one of my accounts somewhere. On one of my characters somewhere. I'll find it later. Okay, well these dudes can kind of just log off now. Might use them for doing some realm hopping now that they're here, but let's, whilst we're waiting for these rares to spawn, get some more fellas in, get them their wraps, get their auctions relisted. I see in the future that he forgets to check his mails. I will find it before too long today. Whichever one of my characters was on, I think it was Frostwolf server. We'll find it. Talents being reset is another annoying thing. Firstly, let's open Community tab. Open the Community tab and do a reload. You can check BF6. I had a lot of fun playing BF6 last night. It's the first game I've played that genuinely looks next level. I was very, very impressed. Now, I've got the luxury these days of having quite a powerful PC, but oh my god, it looks really good. And it played well as well. And it does genuinely look next level. Okay, the auto-accept part of it doesn't seem to work, but... Oh, that's a Leatrix Plus thing that's causing it to not do its thing. The one thing I would say is you do actually have to farm yourself a key for BF6 to be able to play it. So go watch one of the big streamers for half an hour, maybe 2 hours. Even if it says on Steam that you have access to it, you download it, you install it, you load it up, and it still says you need access to early access to actually play, which is kind of hella cheeky to be fair, but I guess it's... Flipping Tim the Tapman was sat on 200k viewers for like hours yesterday. I think he's probably being botted to hell, but I think Shroud finished his stream and Shroud was on 90k viewers. And so they ended up with like nearly 200k concurrent viewers. Tim put his oh my god, I can't even begin to think how much money he made yesterday. It's actually disgusting. Tim the Tapman put his stream in sub-only mode, and it was just prime constantly. He must have been getting 200 primes a minute. Genuinely, not even an exaggeration. He was probably getting 200 primes a minute. And that was the case for hours yesterday. Outrageous. Outrageous the amount of money he probably made yesterday. Oh, shit, hello, there's a rare. My pets were already attacking it, I think. Oh, flipping hell, this dude's got, he's a bit juicier than the others. What was it, 170 mil? We got this. It's actually Shadow Gaze I don't like the sound of. One of these we're going to have to interrupt. Stunned, that's probably not good, is it? Stunned and being zapped. Cast Shadow Gauge, interrupt, Petrification Curse. You jump to remove the curse, apparently. You get cursed, and you just jump to get rid of it. We ignore Behold. Keep the pet alive. Petrification Curse. Let's see what it actually does. Bunch of shadow damage and slows you. Interrupt Shadow Gaze. Okay, he doesn't turn out to be too difficult. Oh, whoa, hello. There's a achievement for killing him. Okay. 69 viewers, nice. Oh, the add-on's done. Feel like testing it? Yeah, I can do. Absolutely. If it's coded to transfer all money to Wura, I will know. And you're a day late because I'm poor. No longer rely. Well, hang on. Can I read this? Hang on. I'll read it in my head first. Hang on. Probably shouldn't read DMs out aloud first time, should I? Okay, that sounds cool. That all sounds both cool and very logical. That sounds very sensible. Let me get this current pass of tunes done with the current system, and then we can test a new one. I don't want to stop halfway through, otherwise I'll desync everything and I won't know where I am. I also need to get me to a new rare, actually. What's this one? Oh, this is the mount one. Mag. Mag. This might be a good one to farm until we get the mount at the very least. Why is phase diving? We are phase diving. You'll just need to change the invite macro to /easy party and then the community name. Cool. Sounds good. It will certainly feel much better to be able to suggest people an add-on that's built for it rather than go borrow this person's add-on and change the Lua code to make it work. Oh, hello. He's already here. Apparently. Alright, apparently this dude has a mount, potentially. Let's find out. Your pet is out of range. What? Oh, shit, where'd he go? Does he come back? He better come back. There we go. Mag. Never lucky. Okay. That was worth remembering that he has the chance of the mount. Might get a bunch of ult there. Right, this dude. Does this require phase diving? He does. I got it yesterday on my first try, but the others keeping theirs even after 15. How many rares drop mounts? 2? I know there's one in the Ecodome, isn't there? One of the is it this one? Yeah, Shab's last lunch. Oh, is this 2 deer as well? Oh my god, we might be doing well out of this. Come here, you damn pigeon. I'm down here. Not gonna stand in that. Okay, another one down. This is progress. Holy. Stalkers of the Wastes. Also requires phase diving. Flipping out, like, so many of the rares require you to be in phase. That's the world boss, isn't it? Let's park up at this one. No mounting whilst phase running. Not yet. You'll unlock that luxury. We get that luxury in a couple of weeks, I think. Right, Stalker of the Wastes, around here somewhere. This is another one that probably travels. I'm going to assume it does. Park up here. Have a quick read. Stalker of the Wastes. The Stalker casts Warp to teleport behind you. Warped Bite is interruptible, and Void Breath is not interruptible. Okay, just spawns around here somewhere. Spawns around here somewhere. Somebody chilling, waiting for it as well. Right, whilst you're doing that, you guys go over here. Skip. Skip. Get you pair over there. Can I skip the Siren Isle and the Undermine and just log in and straight do the new stuff? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's scaling basically allows you just to step straight in. As long as you're level 80, you'll be able to come straight here and start questing. The campaign gives you 642 item level stuff. So you'll be caught up with gear as well pretty fast. People were saying the other day that within like an hour and a half, you can be item level 630. Okay. More done. And another one. Oh, sold something on this round. What did we sell? Mutt. Okay. Yeah, I was talking about the fact that I might want to buy a bunch of those. Clearly, somebody ended up buying the one that I'd already got for sale. That's quite funny. That wasn't intended shenanigans. I do genuinely think that they're a good thing to invest in. I didn't put any threads in it though, did I? On the first tunes. I didn't think about that. The likelihood is I'll need to come back here to upgrade it anyway. This rare's taking its sweet time. What the fuck is that? Oh dear. Oh Jesus, we'll have a look at that in a minute. That's hysterical. Got something funny to show you guys. So you might have already seen it, but this is funny. That's like flipping. That's a boo boo. Some of you have probably seen this already, but check this out. Whoops. Don't think that's meant to be in the game. I don't think that's meant to be in the game. Oh yeah, let me just go solo Gallywix real fast. Yeah, I don't think that's meant to happen. Are people wondering the new Delve has a reference to the Martin Fury shirt? The shirt was a dev team testing item that had the ability to instantly kill all enemies in a large radius. At one point, a copy of the item accidentally ended up in the hands of some players on live servers, and one of them used it to go get a bunch of world first heroic kills in Ulduar. It's quite funny. It's quite amusing. Endless jar of mayonnaise and alchemy jug. Can produce 2 gallons of mayonnaise a day. Okay. Put it on the auction house. No level requirement. OP level 1 alt for dueling. Yeah, that's just quite silly, isn't it? That's just quite silly. Made me giggle. Is this rare turned up yet? No. I've not even missed it, have I? It's just slow. It's just slow. Are these guys all done then? Did we post everything? We've done posting everything. I wonder if before I go too far with this process, I should also buy a fiber for it, because you don't get a fiber for it by default, do you? What do we want? Precise ones. We'll go crit ones. Okay. You're done. You are donezo. Log you out. Fibers, precise fiber. You're done. Okay. Is that team done then? I need to go back one team and put the fibers in their cloak because I forgot. More importantly, I didn't realise. Sunk cost fallacy's kicking in now. I don't know if I should try and realm hop to some of these realms to try and find this rare. But the fact that I've been here for a while now, it's like if I hop, it will turn up within like a fraction of a second, won't it? Why do you need the cloak on every character? Why not? Why not? It's slightly in preparation for the fact that when we get the Eco Dome next week, if it's possible to do it multiple times to get multiple pets, we will probably be doing that, is the theory. And who knows what having a bunch of 80s could be useful for. This is kind of the whole process of all of this, really. It's not that I do it because there's a really good reason to do it. It's so that if a really good reason turns up, I'm already kind of ready to act, if that makes sense. A lot of what I do is in preparation for something cool happening that I don't know what it actually is yet. Also known to most people as a waste of time, but it's when it pays out, you know? Look at 11.1. Oh, hello. That looks like a rare to me. 11.1, having, like, what was it? Like 30 level 70s split across 5 accounts gave me a really good head start with setting up the Mechanica farm. That only happened because at the end of Missa Pandaria, we decided to level a bunch of toons, not for any real good reason at the time, but it became very useful when it was needed. Can we have strands at 6 out of 6 this week? Yeah, the bar shows you what your limit is. And if you're behind on any character, you can earn more fibers. Delves seems to be the good way to just like quickly go and get them. Get the next team in. Can't get it to suppress the invite message properly, but it seems stable overall. Oh, yeah, I was going to test that now, wasn't I? I don't flipping know where I store WoW. Where do I store WoW? Where's my add-ons folder these days? 86, World of Warcraft, maybe? Was a good guess, wasn't it? Retail. Interface? Add-ons? What was it called? Easy Party. There we go. Easy Party is in. Unzip this to add-ons. Remove community to raid. Is it vital to remove community to raid? Can I just change the macro? Or do they conflict for some reason? The 1 minute on sold auction house a bug, or they're going to change it forever from 60 minutes to 1 minute? It's quite annoying not to be able to see what I'm selling. Oh, it's clearly a bug. It's either a bug or it's something they're testing to maybe it wouldn't surprise me if during peak times when people are selling like billions of things on the auction house that being kept, and I wonder if that information is kept, and I wonder if that's a server side thing. It's possible that it's kind of a bug, but kind of something that they're trying out just to make the auction house run more smoothly during peak times, maybe. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. Kind of hard to say for sure, but I kind of half think that it could be 50-50 there. Is it easy party? There we go. What I also need to do now is profile Manthe save. Profiles undermine alt save. In theory, I can probably get rid of Leatrix Plus as well. Although I do actually also use that for auto accepting quests as well. For the invite macro, we changed this to, hang on. What was it? Easy party? Okay. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm already in a group. Whoops. Sorry, ignore that. Hang on. Decline, 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 decline. Sorry, I forgot I was already in the party. Hang on. Let me leave group real quick. Whoops. Sorry, didn't mean to spam you. Right, invite. Brings them in. Leatrix Plus is still having a heart attack, but that's not your problem. Oh shit, wait, no, I didn't mean to aggro you again. Whoops. Why change the add-on? What happened? Nothing really, other than community to raid was never really built for or designed to do what we're currently using it for. I mean, it kind of partly was, but it wasn't. Woo has put together something that is more built for purpose, which for the most part does the same thing, but doesn't have some of the eccentricities that community to raid has, like having to edit the lure to actually make it a party and not a raid, and requiring other add-ons to like also accept the invite automatically and stuff. So Woo's testing it, and I'm trying it out, seeing if it works. Which, as of right now, it seemed to do. Woo's not published it yet. We're just testing it. I'm sure if it's ends up working, it'll get shared out. Right, let's get this next team on the go. And I can also head over to the next rare as well, actually. It's going to be a bit of a lengthy process, isn't this, to get them all their capes, but if nothing else, getting them into the new zone will be useful, I'm quite sure. And if it isn't, then, well, it's all fun and games. Had to cancel my barber's appointment due to being sick. It's a nightmare to get an appointment with a guy. Had to wait a month to get one. Hate being ill. The good barber is for life. Yeah. Yeah. Much like much like finding a good doctor and a good dentist, and well, a good anything really, isn't it? Feel you on that one. Yep. Yep. Skippity skips. Get some of these flying over to the zone, and then I'll head over to the next rare. My own barber, shave my head bald every 3 to 4 days. It's an easy way to do it. If you can rock the bald. If you can rock the bald look, it's definitely a way to do it. Right, which rare do we need next? We actually need this dude that has the another one that requires phase diving in the oasis. Use the teleporter near the phase conduit to reach him. Okay. Oh, I've seen a screenshot of this. A portal thing turns up when he spawns, doesn't it? So I guess now we're back in the waiting game on this one, okay. Do you think that the rank 3 bismuth price will drop with the new ore? Not really. Although it will normalize the price of materials a little bit, it will bring things closer to a middle point. It will bring things closer to a middle point, but I'm not totally sure of exactly what prices will do. Prices just will do what prices will do. It's all based on, you know, the fact that the new ore is useless in its own form. It's not worth anything until you trade it for something. Will mean that the new ore will be worth ever so slightly less most of the time than the most expensive thing it can be converted for, which for the ore is bismuth at the moment. But this, interestingly, could bring the overall price of bismuth down a bit, and it could bring the price of the rare ore, or the Akirite and the Iron Claw up a little bit. It could smush everything just a touch. But we'll see, because of course you've also got to contest with thaumaturgy as a system that will play silly games. So it's kind of quite hard to predict. Because also from a farmer's perspective, like I said, from a farmer's perspective, you don't actually know. Farmers will farm the thing that's worth the most at any given time. If the new ore isn't worth farming, they'll go farm the old ore. And if they farm the old ore, there'll be less of the new ore for the, you know, for converting. So it's, the theory is it will all sort of self-balance itself. But because it's been implemented in the last patch of the expansion, when we also know that everything pretty aggressively drives to zero in this patch anyway, it's also more difficult to guesstimate. Kind of like most materials that get implemented in the final patch of an expansion. They start off being worth something, and they end up being worth nothing by the end of the patch. It's a very quick decline in most cases. quote-unquote farm 2 million's worth of the new plants off the auction house, 50 gold apiece. Feel like it's a good investment. Yeah, I can't see Lure Drop Quality 3 ending up being less than 50 gold apiece once the season kicks off. It's just, like, people will have had to have farmed this new ore like an absolute machine for that to happen. And I don't think there is that many people out there doing farming particularly. But like I said, it's all speculative. I've already saw 3 times 8 druids in the new zone. If you really. I wonder what the spawn time is on this dude, considering it's one that drops a mount as well. I mean, I could realm hop to try and find this, but by not realm hopping, as soon as it turns up, I can actually make a group for it as well. So if other people are trying to farm this. Yeah, like what Wu said, there's an add-on, there's a Windows tool plugin, whatever you want to call it, called Fancy Zones, that allows you to make additional snapping grids. Because the basic default Windows ones aren't really perfect for WoW clients, unless you have 4 WoW clients, for example. And then it's just Windows keyboard functions. If you hold the Windows key and use your arrow keys, you can move the selected window into the snapping zone. Your pets won't work good up there too very well. Oh, okay. My pets never work well anyway, at the best of times. At the best of times, they're annoying. BM Hunter for life. The best of times, they're broken. .683 gear on, tier 10 Delve gave me a hard time. Don't think I'm going to be attempting an 11 this week. That's interesting. 683. Yeah, that's pretty spicy gear. What rare is that? Maybe it's one I've killed. Requires arcane lure. Figure that one out next. I have healer gear and I'm going in as DPS. Oh. Okay. Going as healer with Tank Bran, easy win. Yeah, I did kind of think that that was the point of Tank Brand, wasn't it? That you can go in with your healer stuff. Okay, now I need to think about things. Now what I need to do is on each of the teams as well, I also need to switch their macro over. So I don't miss any, I'm going to start at the bottom again. Now that Woo's little add-on seems to work. Oh, I did it on this one. Okay, well let me just copy that then. No, because they're all using the same. Ah, yeah, because I was clever and made it a general macro. Oh, good. That means I don't have to change it on everybody. Yes. I made them general account-wide macros because I'm a clever boy. That means I don't have to change that on all of them. Oh, well, that's wonderful. In that case, these lot can log out. Why did you send the Slender here? I need to go out soon. Sorry, my bad. Right, this team then. More than just a phase, you've got it to 100% but can't turn it in. Log in, log out. Seems to be the generic advice I can give at the moment. Weirdly, not even slash reloads are seemingly working. Kind of needs that hard log out, log in a lot of the time. I don't know the reason why, but what seems to work. Right, curiosity time. Press the button. Does it work? Yes, there we go. Although I'm part of the group and it still says that somebody's inviting you. Otherwise, it works. And it's Leatrix that's causing chaos, so we can live with that. Oh no, shit! I wasn't meant to do that, was I? Because I oh well, I made the group. It wouldn't have phased me. Because a reload is only a UI reload. Quests being completed is a flag query to the server that needs to be redone. Yeah, I thought it was probably something along those lines. It's when you log out and then log back in, it's like a resynchronization happens or something between you and the server. think Leatrix will update soon. It should hopefully suppress the invite messages too. Yeah, I suspect it probably will. Like I said, it's not going to replace Leatrix for me anyway, because I also use that for the auto quest accepting and other stuff as well, so won't get rid of that for me, but the add-on won't rely on another add-on to function. Yeah, this is clearly another rare that's going to take a while. I can see why people spam Route Finder for this one. It's alright. We got other stuff to do while we wait. Although I'm not going to lie, I'm kind of itchy to go play BF6 again. I had so much fun playing it last night. I should point out I am not good at Battlefield. I was getting my ass handed to me most rounds, but still doesn't excuse the fact it was very fun. It's does mean we might have to spend $100 on BF6 later in the year. Already ditching the patch. Nah, it's all good, don't worry. I'm doing the phase lost and found achievement for the mount. Spent an hour so far going to every waypoint and only got 2 of the items that I needed. This may take a while. Oh, I don't even know what that one is yet. I've not dared open all the things and look at stuff in detail. I sense that could be a fun one then if there's a bunch of funny business with it. Someone told me Renown 11 it unlocks something. Just hearsay. I'll delve into that at Renown 11. Well, it's the tier 2 treasures. Renown 11 unlocks the spawn of the tier 2 treasures, which, much like the Undermine, probably just have a higher chance for higher loot. Now, in the Undermine, it was important for me because they also unlocked Mechanica, but there's nothing of that nature, I don't think, at least in this patch. But, you know, the higher item level BOEs at the moment are probably still selling well on the auction house for a pretty penny. Rare's still not up. Yeah, a lot of legwork doing this today. I might regret this choice, but it's kind of easy to forget that when you try and do anything 80 times, it takes a while. Definitely get into a rhythm doing it though. Like I said, I needed to relist auctions today anyway. So we can kind of two birds it a little bit. World Quest in the new zone give very low rep. It was tons more in the Undermine. It's like if the World Quest gave rep at all, it was like 200 rep, I think. The main faction in the Undermine, but of course that was a once per warband thing, so like it was inconsequential, really. And don't forget that you've got double rep in the Undermine right now because of this, yeah. So yeah, in direct comparison, yeah, it's a lot less. The value in blasting rep though isn't anywhere near as strong in my opinion this patch. It wasn't really that strong last patch. Everybody would like to get to 18 to get the permanent augment rune, but it's still going to cost you 100,000 gold even if you do. So it depends just how much value you actually get out of that. Because not everybody will see that as even something that's worth chasing, to be honest. What we can probably do, actually, is do a quick shuffle, see if any of these realms have. I wonder if phasing works in phase. I'm going to assume it does. You mean, do you phase while phase walking? If so, the answer is yes. Okay, so it's still the traditional phasing is still zone based. If you're in the zone with the new group leader, it will phase you to their realm. Whether you are phase walking or not. Yeah, phase is phaseception. Although that didn't seem to. We didn't phase then. Without me little add-on that tells me what my phase ID is. I also don't know if we're actually phasing each time. We'll figure all this out. Figure all this out later. One job at a time. One job at a time. Right, let's get these guys logged off now. Do the next team. They're all wrapped up. Phase inside a phase, inside a chromie time, inside a war mode, inside a phase, inside like how many different variations of shard like layers are we going to have now? Millions of the damn things. What's this dude called? STH. Don't forget about some alternative timelines. Yeah, it all gets a bit sci-fi when you deep it, doesn't it? Oh, hello. Hello. How do I do it? It won't let me in. Why does it not let me in? Oh, phase warp. Is this a raid one? Can you raid it? I'm gonna assume it's a raid. $100 mil. Probably can be raided, can't it? Can it be raided? Yes. Oh shit, somebody's pulled it. We're renown 8 right now, currently. 8 and a bit. Pretty cool design for a basic rare mob. It's different, give them that. Oh, the parachutes are new. So I read in the Wowhead comments that it just ditched you off the platform. They've added parachutes to it then. People were falling to their death apparently before. How'd you loot it though? Where's its corpse to loot? Or did it auto loot? Dead on the ground there. This thing. Oh, fucking hell, it's huge. Sorry, I thought that was part of the... I wasn't paying any attention. I thought that was part of the world. Genuinely thought that was part of the world. We got a trinket from it at least that time. Got our renown. 655 Warbound trinket. None of that will go to waste. Famous last words.
I have many lucky doos.
I think I cleaned my bags only a couple of days ago. We need a quick purge of all this soulbound gear. What does explorer gear cap out at? Should we just ignore it? We just ignore it. Yeah, we'll that is at least season 3, sorry. So yeah, we don't need that anymore. All this explorer gear will sell. Adventurer gear, I'm weirdly going to keep about for a minute. Because an 8 out of 8 adventurer piece of gear is probably higher. Oh, well, we can get rid of that one because that's a stupid cape. Adventurer gear at 8 out. What's adventurer gear 8 of 8, by the way? Is 8 out of 8 adventurer gear higher than 671's? I'm going to assume it probably is. Caps out at 678. So adventure gear is still useless then. I really only need to keep veteran gear. Somebody linked me. I had a chart yesterday, but I don't know what I've done with it. Veteran gear, flipping waste, of course it is. That was the veteran back piece that we're also not going to use. I'll do for now. Posting star schmucks. Oh yeah, this is what we looked at yesterday. So adventurer, capped out adventurer gear 678. But yeah, with the gear I've got on my main, I don't need to keep anything under veteran really. Unless, is there some advantage to having season 3 variants? Because it will unlock the ability to convert up stuff? Oh shit, I don't fucking know. Not to mention, we should start getting vault gear from delves in the region of 700 item level pretty quickly. 694 is as high as you can get from the vault. Is this right? Tier 7 now gives you 694 in the vault? It was tier 8 last time. No, tier 8. Yeah, I assumed so. You have version 2 of the sheet. There's a 2.1. Okay. Either way, anything adventure, even if it's new, I can probably ignore it on my main. Okay, right. Random quest to hand in, apparently. Where did you? What are you about? Oh, you'd actually be useful, but next week. Yeah, we're saying that today's actually the.
This is what has become of Koresh.
Today is not convert day for ore, but today is convert day. Yeah, today is convert day for herbs. You can cash in your lure drop. You can cash it in for your lure drop today. I might do exactly that. Lure drop Q3, Orbinid Q3, Blessing Blossom Q3, Aratha's Spear Q3.
Demencias must not be allowed to return.
That is assuming I haven't sold my Phase Bloom anyway. Or actually, might just leave it there. What did I pay for it? An average of less than 60 gold a piece. Do I convert it into lure drop today? Or do I wait until next week when the price of everything goes up? Probably wait until next week when the price of everything goes up. And what we don't know, what might happen is that lure drop Q3 and Aratha Spear Q3 end up being juicy, and then I can split it 50-50. I'll keep it on at the auction house as it is. Somebody will come along and buy it probably. What else was I doing? Finding another rare. Finding another rare. What have we got left? We haven't killed Hectamos today. But we should probably go kill these three, because I've never killed these three first. Get the rep from these three, and then we can clean the map of the remaining rares that we need. So, let's phase over here somewhere. How much rep is a rare? Oh, it's like 15 rep. It's like nothing. It's like literally nothing. That requires phase diving. Shatterpulse Cell Key. No clue what that is. Oh, that means that's a warrant rare then, doesn't it? You need to be on the warrant to get the right item to summon that dude. Much like the fella down here. The what was it? What was that big herb thing? Or was he over here somewhere? Does that mean those are going to be on a rotating daily thing? Depending on what day of the week you pick up your warrant. Is that how these warrants work? Have I got that right, or have I completely made that up? Or does everybody have exactly the same warrant? I don't know. Let's do this one. Let's do the one we know and understand. We've got all except the arcane. Okay, so it is possible to get more. Oh, he's going to be down there, isn't he? Don't die, don't die, don't die, don't die. Don't die. Kills. What's this fella called? Orith or something. Orith something. We've seen by all players with a silver icon on the map. Sometimes he flies high in the sky, but eventually lands and stays there. His respawn is long in terms of hours and shares a respawn with 2 rare elites that spawn in different floating isles of Koresh, only found in phase diving. Oh, Jesus. Hot diggity do. Okay, this might be a realm hoppity hop one then. If that's the case. We go do the other ones first. What's this one? Hollowbane. Oh, this also requires a portal key. These are both limited by warrants. Maybe we just lurk and wait for this one then while we do some busy work. And try some realm hopping. Yeah. Tinderbox is at 35 gold. How prices do fall. Good old days when it was 10k. This is the thing, right? A lot of the times you see complaints, especially at the beginning of the season, about how expensive everything is and how goblins are just being greedy and all of this sort of business. When what you don't realise is that at the beginning of the expansion, tinderboxes could have been 35 gold apiece. You know why they weren't 35 gold apiece? Because there wasn't enough of them to meet the demand that people wanted. And so they ended up being 5 to 10,000 gold apiece. Player-driven economies. Supply and demand. I genuinely do think it's one of the reasons why WoW's economy has been like, or that it still functions and functions well, is because Blizzard tries to touch it as little as possible. Every price is pretty much dictated by the player. There are only a very few occasions, there are only a few things that Blizzard really control. Price of vendor materials, and how many materials are needed for each crafted item. That's the only balancing they need to do, really. When they get it right, everything runs smoothly. And when they get it wrong, we get Shadowlands legendaries. But by the time they got it wrong, they were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place to fix it. The funny thing was it, which one was it? Tailoring? I want to say tailoring rank, oh, flipping out, what was it? Tailoring rank 5, this is unnecessary general knowledge. I think it was tailoring rank maybe 6 base items, ended up needing like 400 lightless silk or something. Which was a value that was derived clearly from the NA market at the time, where lightless silk was like 2 gold apiece and massively abundant. Where Team EU was looking at that number and going, how much? Because EU's lightless silk was like 20 gold apiece. That was so stupid. Like I said, sometimes they get it right, sometimes they get it wrong. Good old days when a token was 20k. Yeah. Not anymore. Not anymore. They do the most important balancing of all, the restrictions they have on WoW tokens. It's always a weird one, because I'll always stand by the theory that Blizzard doesn't have much of an impact on those as well, based on the fact that, you know, sometimes they do run out. And the value of the token, in theory at least, is determined by how many of them are available at any given point. All that said, it can only swing so far in either direction, is what we're kind of led to believe, at least. But I do wonder if behind the scenes, like, there are additional tokens generated when the demand is there for them. Because let's put it this way, if you take your credit card out, they're never going to say no to allowing you to, like, swipe, are they? Although I do have a feeling there is actually a limit on how many tokens you can buy with cash money in any short period of time. I think you can only buy like 20 tokens in a 6-month period or something with actual real money. I vaguely remember there being a limitation on it at least, to prevent it being like totally pay to win, or more importantly, preventing the possibility of like credit card fraud being a big thing. This fella's still got a bunch of heirlooms on. Even EverQuest does not have any restriction, and it led to massive inflation on everything. When Chrono, EverQuest 2 analogy of a token was introduced, it was going for 4k gold. Now 15 years later, it cost 120 billion. Well, this is it. Most other games out there have had, historically, really tough time curbing inflation. And it's the one thing WoW's been very good at. Every expansion we have, much mimicking like the real world, that a small amount of inflation is fine, but too much in either direction, either up or down, is bad. WoW has gone periods where it's been a little bit ropey, but for the most part, they've done a really good job over the years of making sure that each expansion, gold is only worth a little bit more than it was the expansion before. Where it's never exponentially exploded out of control. This is why they're quite hot. They're quite quick to hotfix like farms that get out of control, because they're the things that could trigger like rampant inflation. They're not kept under wraps. There's a limitation on the amount of tokens you can buy. I'm not sure about the daily limit, but you can only have 10 tokens with gold or 20 with real money at a time. Yeah, in your account, like unused, yeah. Right, these lot are done then. Log on the next team. We haven't found the realm with the longboy on it yet. I still don't know what to do with the longboy. I should just learn it and be happy. I can't get the thought out of my head of what if I just delete it. It seems so dumb. Learn it, get it over with. Anybody can get a clip. Anybody can get a YouTube short of somebody buying the Bruto and learning it. It takes an extra level of crazy to find it, buy it, and then delete it. Now that's a clip. I mean, that is like pure rage bait. But more than anything, it's just one of those intrusive thoughts. They're like, what if I deleted this? Oh, don't play the movie. But once again, like it would have been funnier before. It would have been funnier before the Hate to Win Longboy turned up. Although technically that doesn't exist either anymore. That's also technically unobtainable. I mean, in fact, the traded gilded Brutasaur is arguably more unobtainable. Because you physically can't get that. You don't have it, you don't have it. It's a new level of unobtainable. The better version 2 with a mailbox, yeah. Actual one that everybody really would want is more unobtainable. Like the irony being is that the one off the black market auction house, the OG one, is kind of the budget one these days because it's at least the one you can technically get, even if it's available only on like one realm a week across the entire EU. That'll be an interesting thing, you know, going into midnight. Players that come back from midnight that maybe didn't bother with the beginning of the War Within, maybe didn't get the Gilded Brutasaur. That'll be a real... The OG Longboy might actually almost go back up in value. I mean, on a big server, it's probably insta-capped anyway, still. But it's when it turns up on a smaller server somewhere that maybe it sometimes maybe possibly goes for less than 10 mil. What the numbers of how many of which Brutasaur there are, do we know? The only thing we can do is we can track the feat of strength. We can see how many people have the feat of strength, because getting the OG one is a feat of strength. There are rare tracking add-ons that checks people's accounts for stuff. The Mount Rarity add-on does sort of claim to give you an indication to how many people have certain things. You go... So... Yeah, you see, I feel that the numbers are skewed, though. It claims that 20% of people own this now. But where does this percentage come from, and how is that tracking? Is that like 20% of people that use this add-on? Is that like what? What is it? It's clearly not 20% of the entire player base, because that's mental. But that still means only 1 in 5 people. I mean, and it also works two ways. That, you know, if this is just the rarity of the people that use this add-on, if, you know, there are going to be loads of people that have this and also don't use the add-on. So it's an indication at least, but it's probably not very accurate. And it's probably heavily swayed due to the fact that it was only 6 months ago that you could buy the thing. I don't really need to be in this group, do I? Don't downplay my OG Longboy, please. I farmed that green big lizard for a year every night. Love him, even without a mailbox. Oh yeah, I mean, he's still, in my opinion, one of the coolest mounts in the game. And now that he's in the realms of unobtainable, he's still very, very cool. Even though I won't probably use him as my, you know, main go-to longboy, because I've got the one with the mailbox on it as well, he's still a cool ass. He'll still probably be one of my top 5 default ground mounts. No questions asked. What have we got? Like, Spectral Tiger, just because it's funny to run around on it. The Swift Zullian Tiger, absolute goated. Love that thing. Had it forever. Longboy, sure. The Lovers in the Air rocket is still really funny to fly around on because it triggers people. I can't think what other ones. For bankers that never move and can stand next to a mailbox, I use the OG one. For other bankers, I use the shiny new one. Yeah, I guess that's probably a good way to look at it. Gilded one can be out in the wild far more. OG one needs a mailbox, but if there's a mailbox nearby, he's probably the cooler of the two. Like I said, for the most part, I'd pretty much signed off ever getting it. It's funny that we kind of accidentally just got it without really trying. Well, I guess, arguably it was always going to happen, wasn't it? Having a level 80 on every single realm and having more than 10 million liquid gold just lying about means that it wasn't going to actually be all that long before it popped up on a realm and it wasn't claimed, and I could, you know, at the drop of a hat, go and get it. guess it was kind of inevitable in that regards. But it would have probably never, ever, ever happened if I hadn't got a level 80 on every realm. Which is a bananas achievement to have done in the first place. Ooh. Go on then. Don't mind selling those. Brax's Staff of Slumber for 46k. Yoink. I need to sell a few more of them, mind. How much does a big love rocket go for? Well, the big love rocket you can only get via Lovers in the Air event. Wait. No! Isn't that the dude I'm looking for? No! Why didn't my alert thingy go off? Ah, shit the bed. This is why I should never play with this screen hidden. Christ. Got the rocket after the drop buff. It's not the same though, sadly. I don't even think the I don't even really think the buff buffed it that much, to be honest. Even getting it post buff, I think you've still done really well. You know, I think they buffed it by like, it was only like a small buff for the first time of the day. It still means you only get 14 buffed opportunities, and it's a 0.01% mount in the first place. So even with the buff, you've probably only got like a 1 in 1,000 chance of getting it, instead of 1 in 10,000 or something stupid. This is why I think it's this is why I still think it's one of the coolest mounts. Because you really had to have either got hella lucky or put a lot of effort in to get it. And it's just pink and obnoxious, which in itself is quite funny to me. Literally called the Love Rocket. It's just silly. And I'm a fan of just silly. Far too much is serious these days. Right now, the ones from Mechagon are the rarest. You mean the Mega Dungeon, the hard mode one? Or you mean the ones from the island? From the actual zone? Oh, Rust Feather? Really? Is that really one of the rarest? I think I've got Rust Feather. And the Arachnid one? Oh, I might have multi-boxed those. There's a good chance I multi-boxed those in BFA. I probably had 8, 16, 24, 32 kills a day on those quite easily. I think I probably brute forced that. I vaguely remember brute forcing those. I think I've got both of those. Rust, is it called Rust Feather? Not called Rust Feather, is it? That's the name of the rare. What's the mount it drops? Oh, Rust Bolt resistant. Oh no, yeah. Wait, why don't I have that one? Why do I not have that one? Did I refuse to spend 500,000 gold on it? I probably did. That's the Mecha Done one. I can understand why people don't have that. Maybe I don't have it then. Oh, keys to the summon. John Keep Drifter. Yeah, there we go. Drops from Rust Feather. 5% mount, apparently. Wow, really needs to put a 5-seater mount in for RP. Oh, yeah, for RP. For RP, sure. Yeah. Um... What's the name of the one? What's the arachnid one? This is my point, right? There are so many goddamn flipping mounts in the game these days. So many dumb ones I should have, but don't have either. Oh, this is the 2 million gold spider you buy from the Mad Merchant. I was like, why is it a crab? And then I realised I got arachnophobia mode on. I don't know. I can't remember. Right, next team. Next team. I'm annoyed I missed the kill on this one. Especially since it's one that claims it could take ages to spawn. Really done goofed on that one. Not paying attention. Oh, we've got a Mechanica on this account somehow randomly as well. Right, let me go take a pee quickly. Back in 2. Right, I better not miss that damn rare again. Look like it. Might be safe. At least once we've got everybody in the new zone as well, we can realm hop like an absolute crazy person. Grab these quickly. Yeah, I'm clearly not trying to my focus isn't over here. My focus is on getting everybody into the new zone right now and getting them their capes. This is just something to do while we wait sort of thing, if you know what I mean. If we were looking for the rares as our main priority, yes, I could definitely get them much faster. Get everybody their capes. Get all of my auctions relisted. That was the main sort of main sort of aim for today. When you do anything 80 times, you just have to chip away at it slowly. Sometimes it feels like you don't achieve a lot in a day, but it adds up. Why did I do that? How's the rep farming going? We are 8 and a bit. I don't think we'll even hit 9 this week, to be honest. Doesn't really feel easily achievable without doing some serious cheese. I don't really feel like doing world quests for 20 hours just to get a couple of extra renown levels. But 8 and a bit is pretty solid. What were we, like 8 and 1,000 until the next one, so 1,100, 1,000, I don't know, plenty through. 1,500 of the way through Renown 8. Hope to hit 9 tomorrow when World Quests reset. Oh yeah, plus that you need to do, you can't just do a World Quest blast once, do you? You need to do it twice because of World Quests, new World Quests turning up. Yeah, another full sweep. 9's probably possible this week without too much shenanigans. It's only an extra 1,000 on top of what I got now. Sure, we can get 1,000 from World Quests or something. Which means 11 should be achievable quite quickly next week. Means we'll then have most of the week to take advantage of whatever's in these new treasures. It could be a nothing burger. I never unlocked the bigger treasures on the PTR to find out. But much like in the Undermine, there's a good chance that they have the higher chance for higher item level BOEs. No sort of big chase item like a Mechanica though, I don't think. Very much doubt. Which is why I'm not putting in lots of sweaty level effort. This is a warrant rare. This is a warrant rare. Arcane Monger. Are we just assuming that this arcane lure item's not available yet? Arcane Monger. Somebody. This is likely the longest to find, as the rare elite is time gated behind the warrant quest that starts. After completing the quest line, which also unlocks Grubber, you are time gated behind the weekly quest lockout and RNG. Because there are 6 possible warrants, but only 1 is available each week. Interesting. And by interesting, I mean, I have no idea what that means. You need an arcane lure key or somebody with it to spawn it. Oh, it's just another warrant one. Have a 1 in 6 chance to get the one you need each week. That shouldn't stop you killing the rare, though, if somebody else gets it. Did everybody get the same warrant quest this week? Because people must be getting different ones, right? Folks have got different ones. Because I've clearly managed to kill a couple of them already. 1, 2, 3 outstanding. If there's 6 possible, that means I've managed to kill 3 of them. So maybe, just maybe, this is where we try and use some streamer privileges. Killed all except the arcane one, like almost everyone. Seems that nobody got the arcane Monger Soza this week. So it seems like it's only... Okay. Maybe that's how it is then. Maybe that one doesn't unlock until you've done at least 1, so that basically doesn't unlock until next week. But the other 5 you should be able to get this week. That feels sort of logical. Feels very Blizzard. Feels very Blizzard. Saw a screenshot of one that had killed Arcane, but not the others. So I assumed it's another region. Or just fake, yeah. Because, believe it or not, people lie on the internet. Crazy, right? No, you lie. Yeah. Either way. No, that iPhone isn't real. And those pills won't make it bigger. Nigerian prince promised me $20 million. Somewhere, there's a Nigerian prince sat on a big pile of money wondering why nobody wants it. Another Mechanica. Me not being in the right spot at the moment makes it kind of quite difficult to harvest these. Right, so another team done though. Slow and steady wins the race. Soon it won't be people lying on the internet, it'll be AI, so don't worry. I mean, that's already a thing. Like, the fact that the AI is so confidently wrong sometimes is actually more baffling and is more impressive than the damn thing itself. Hey, there's the rare. Does anybody need this one? Anybody needs this one? I've had to wait flipping ages for it, so it seems to take its sweet time. I'm assuming, like most rares, it can be raided. Give people a minute. AI now invaded WhatsApp as well, unless you go over all the groups and turn it off. One task it could have actually helped with. The irony. There's lots of people want this one. Right, 30 seconds. 30 seconds and then we pull. The only fair way to do this. Oh, apparently we're going. And down he goes. Nice. That's another one. Another one done and dusted. That then means I'm only missing a couple that are from the warrants. Somebody that needs the Hollowbane portal key. Somebody needs the Shatterpulse cell key. Don't know if these guys drop anything interesting themselves. Not probably going to designate too much time to getting an extra 30 rep. Biggest threat from AI I see is that people stop thinking themselves. They'll just ask some AI even the most trivial matters. And I think people already do that. It's been so easy for so many years to just Google it, you know. There's already a strong indication that people have significantly less, should we say, general knowledge than what they maybe used to. But on the flip side, you could argue that people don't need to know basic trivial shit anymore because that knowledge is at your fingertips. What value is it to have memorized some trivial piece of information? Have to pulse is round here somewhere, I guess. If anybody, comes and does this one at some point. The only flip side to that argument is that it's not always convenient to just look something up. No, there are some scenarios where actually knowing something is of value. But yeah, it's 50-50, isn't it, really? The irony is that most people are getting more dumb whilst the world is getting more technologically advanced. It feels like most people are getting more dumb, which is kind of odd. Whereas we had we went through a period of time where the average the average level of general knowledge was probably pretty well distributed. Now, people that need to know shit, but people that don't need to know it know nothing. Right? And I suppose the only argument to that is the one of critical thinking, really. If you're not taught or you haven't had much practice with critical thinking, you are just susceptible to being flipping scammed from every angle. So tired of hearing ChatGPT during classes, where it quotes from Wikipedia. We have more knowledge now due to us being able to Google things rather than just hearing about it from the guy at the pub. Yeah. I guess there's an element of like glass is half full. You know, you could look at it two ways, I'm quite sure. Learned about woodworking from watching hours of YouTube videos on it. I'd have had no clue how to build anything if it wasn't for all the DIY videos out there. Well, honestly, now that's different because that's like real humans doing, that's real humans teaching other real humans. That's literally how we've evolved. But the concern is that when you put that ownership on artificial intelligence that is also very well known for not telling the truth, and where and when as most people do not have like the best indication when somebody is lying or when somebody is not lying. A computer, you've got no idea, right? At least, some people have a bit of a radar when somebody's bullshitting them. the artificial intelligence doesn't have a personality, nor does it have tells, and doesn't sweat when it's telling a lie, and it's doesn't go bright red when it's telling a lie, or it's lie with just the same level of confidence. About the knowledge thing, ChatGPT usage tanked to only 15% of its usual during mid-June. School's out for summer. Is that even remotely true? It's quite amusing if that is the case. That would indicate that some of the biggest adopters of using ChatGPT are kids, which is actually kind of wild. AI is easy to manipulate. Russians have already fed ChatGPT with over 400,000 articles with Russian propaganda. Okay. Well, this is the, these are the, what do you call them? These are the, these are the bugs that need smoothing out of software in its infancy, isn't it? Like, detection of, like, manipulation. It was OpenAI. I mean, same difference. Either way, it's funny. There's no denying that, like, kids, considering they all have a phone in their hand 99% of the day, are probably some of the biggest adopters of it. So it wouldn't be too surprising that when they're no longer in school, the correlation is logical. Whether it's entirely whether one entirely is entirely causing the other or not is questionable still, but still funny. Talking about AI, where's Stanley? Stanley's on vacation at the moment because Stanley plays silly buggers with... Stanley causes input lag in the game for some reason. And it's been an ongoing issue with Stanley. But unfortunately, the dev that created Stanley doesn't really update Stanley anymore. So Stanley might potentially be on permanent vacation until I figure out an alternative solution. Or learn how to do that sort of clever shit myself. The irony is I'm going to have the cloak on a lot of these dudes. I've not got the belt on half of them. I never actually got around to finishing off getting the belt on all of these tunes. But the cloak will The cloak will last the rest of the expansion. And it was an excuse to get these dudes into the new zone anyway. Are we thinking then that these warrants are going to work kind of in a similar way to the rares from the Undermine? You know, there was the 4 summonable rares that you had to be aligned with the cartel with, that you could only spawn. You could only spawn 1 per week, but you could spawn it every day. It feels like once you've done the warrant, if you hand in the key, you then can't spawn it again for later on in the week, which might mean that the later in the week that passes, the more people will have already completed their warrant, especially this week when everybody's zerging it. Because I know Zygor quite clearly told me, if you hand this quest in now, you will not be able to spawn the rare for the rest of the week. And I did hand it in because I wanted the rep. Now I sort of understand the ramifications of that a little bit more. Something very weird going on with the Mechanica pet prices. Prices are very high. Is it got something to do with supply of them though? The there's a very good, bearing in mind that there was don't forget that there was literally only like maybe 1 or 2 on every single server. It really doesn't take much for people to then be the only person listing it, and then they all start going in at their normal price, which will skew the averages really fucking fast. Markets, when there's only like 20 or, you know, there was so few of them in the first place, can get scuffed super fast. We go... Oh, do I not have a favourites list? So... I noticed Venture Companyman was... I was the only one listing one of these on Draenor. Whoa! Suppliers cratered. Now, suppliers cratered. We were looking about 130 of it. There's two clear and obvious possibilities here. One, everybody's playing the new patch and people just haven't relisted their auctions for a few days. And so half of them are sat in mailboxes. If half of them are sat in people's mailboxes because they haven't bothered to relist them in the last couple of days, then the people that are listing them, when you look at the quantity of them on most realms, is going to very easily have caused lots of them to get... Look at all of the ones, right? All of the ones are likely, or very likely, to end up being posted at like inflated prices. Look at all the 59999s, 5999s, 5999s. This is clearly somebody's normal price when they're the only one posting it. Which it will default to if they're the only one listing it. But Kazakh having only one, Draenor having only one, is kind of sus. If somebody was going to buy out a bunch and do goblin things with it, they could have at least bought mine, son of a bitch. But on realms where there's more than one of them, they're at or around numbers I'd expect them to be. I'm calling shenanigans. Goblins doing goblin things. Oh, let's try some of the others. Mechanoth, 122. There's a relatively normal amount of those. Although, since Tuesday, we have seen a dip. Could be 50-50. It could now be that somebody's gone in and spent 20 million and just bought like 50% of the market. We haven't seen K-Chak for a few days, have we? We haven't seen K-Chak for a few days. I know Magicus is knocking about again, and he loves him some pets, I tell you. Magicus made his gold off pets. It would, yeah, I mean, these numbers are also very suspicious. This is an indication that these are all the same persons. That's a default. That's a hard coded value, and that is the same person. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 realms with exactly the same price on it. That's one single person that's got 6 of those for sure. How many other 4,4800s are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them all in at exactly the same price. That screams of one single player, doesn't it? Screams one single player. Crimson Mechasaurs. Same scenario again. Quantity of them is tanked, but that's likely to be because they're just lurking in mailboxes or somebody has done shenanigans. And then if we look at prices, are there any 6? Yeah, somebody's having a fucking blast at this. Somebody has spent a lot of gold. Goblin do goblin things here, look. Somebody's doing something here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All at the same price here again. Across a range of different servers. Yeah. Some big goblin out there is doing some big goblin moves on these. Somebody that's got more money than sense and doesn't know what to do with it. Not so many of them all listed at exactly the same price. Maybe that's because that's not one that's been too manipulated yet. Yeah, the clear and obvious hard-coded prices kind of give the game away. Yeah, somebody's playing with these. Somebody's playing with the pets for sure. It's not a terrible idea. But like I said, it's out of the range of possibility for most people. Because you got to have flipping... You got to have 100 million to even think about doing something like that. Funny though. Fair play to whoever's giving it a go. Stormdust rank 2 is being bought up like crazy. It's gone from 25 gold to 35 in just 2 minutes. Unload your bags, boys. I don't think I've got any rank 2 Stormdust. Stormdust is one of the ones I'm lacking in. Something you do for fun when you have too much gold. I like to move frozen runes between servers. Everybody has their thing. The real ballsy place to do the manipulation on is the mounts, though. With them taking, I mean, I knew from the word go, those flipping mounts taking 25 mechanicas apiece is destined to make those like 7-figure mounts literally forever and a day. Like 1 million gold for those mounts, even now, it feels like an absolute steal relative to what you have to do to go and actually get one of them. And I had that opinion during the peak of the Undermine, you know, the peak of the hype of farming those things. You still have to put an outrageous amount of effort in just to get one mount. And that amount of effort is and weirdly, one thing we kind of thought that's maybe possibly slightly going to be a thing was that you are presented with so many opportunities to make gold before you reach that magic number of 25. There are pets that you can exchange when you have 5. There are pets you can exchange when you have 10. There are pets you can exchange when you have 8 of them. There are multiple different options. You have to really diamond hands it and save your mechanicas until you hit 25 to get them out. So many those distractions ahead of you. For those, that casual player that's like, oh, these mounts are really expensive and they're farmable. You know what I'll do? I'll go and farm one. You spend a week doing it and they get 7 Mechanica and they're like, this is bullshit. They'll farm up 1 more Mechanica and then exchange it for a pet that costs 8 and call it a day. That most people that will go out of their way to try and farm those mounts will give up way before they even get 1. Meaning 1 million gold for those mounts is like arguably a steal. Undermine seems to be a bit of a forever farm, even like... I mean, yeah, it absolutely will be, unless they change... In fact, even if they do change the Mechanica rate, the Undermine is going to be an evergreen zone because of it. Kind of like the Timeless Isle. People will be farming that place indefinitely. It'd be 2 mil easy. I mean, you can math it out. Like, single account, doing it solo. At the moment, the only way to get them even remotely efficiently solo is by triggering the hyperspawn at the top of the zone, which, with the gear that we have available to us right now, pretty much dictates it has to be done in a 2x4 group. You're not going to be doing that solo until way into midnight, when you so vastly outgear everything that you can AoE farm it solo. Even now, you're getting like 1,500 max market research an hour. But it requires you to have 7 other people to help you to do it efficiently. So it's kind of solo, but not really solo. It's kind of like every single Student Albatross video. Go farm this, it will make you 60,000 gold an hour, but you got to do it in an organized group with 7 other people. It's kind of like, that's the big but that means, oh, right, well, it's not really a solo farm then. Even though you only need 1 account to do it. Second to that, the most efficient way is probably driving around, picking up flipping dumpsters. They have a 1% chance to drop a Mechanica. That 1% requires you to find enough dumpsters, which is not actually all that easy to do as well on just a single server. So that's like many hours of effort per Mechanica. Like I said, like minus a multi-box setup, it's almost not feasible to farm up one of those mounts. And even if you do, the time and effort it's going to have taken you is far in excess of like 1 million gold. When you break it down to like a per hour kind of thing. The 1 million gold mounts are pretty much priced based upon the minimum viable effort by people like myself that can do it on 5 accounts. I don't think the research farm is the way to go for Mechanica. It's rares, in my opinion. Well, it's rares if you can do it on 5 accounts. Rares are a terrible choice if it's a solo account move. There's not enough. You're not able to scale it. It just, the time it will take you to find and kill the rares on a single account just makes it the worst option. The only reason it works so well on 5 accounts is because you can stack on the bonus of being able to hop across different realms, and all of them qualify for loot on every single time you kill a rare. So it's like your effectiveness is being multiplied by 5, plus you have the effectiveness multiplier of being able to very, very, very quickly get the rares. How many monitors do you have for this setup, by the way? 1. 1. It's all on 1 monitor. I mean, for streaming, I have 3, but like what you see is just 1 monitor. Yeah, solo bad, 5 man is the peak. There's possibility for you to actually go much higher than 5. In theory, it would be possible to do a 15 box version of it. It would be a little bit more convoluted from a setup perspective, but it would be 3 times as effective once you did it. But I don't think anybody's You know, because then that means then you're pushing into having multiple battle nets. They'd all need to be on separate battle nets. Then that's Christ, that's something else. And the concept of that is that you have 3 teams of 5, and the 3 killers drive around in the one car, and they all tag it, and so all 15 would then get loot. It starts getting a bit bananas. I don't think there's anybody out there that's even considered doing that, really. Or if they have, I've not seen anybody publicly build out something like that. Like I said, the logistics of setting that up is just on another level. When one kills a rare anywhere in the Undermine, the other 4 get loot. No. It's only within a certain distance. It's the standard party loot rules. So this is why the rares that are mostly killed are the 4 around the hotel. Swigs, Tally, Thwack, and Nitro. Because it means the 4 accounts can lurk in the hotel, and then the one main account can go around and kill those 4 rares, and the other 4 are close enough to qualify for loot without actually tagging it. But yeah, you scale up to 5 accounts, but then you also scale down the amount of rares you actually kill. And then you scale it by having lots of teams. The Mechanica just gets sent to the mailbox, yeah. But the reason we will probably still continue to be in the Undermine a lot until the end of the expansion is because unless something turns up out the woodwork that none of us have seen, there is nothing even remotely close to the Mechanica farm in Season 3. Not even anything remotely close. The only thing that might get somewhere close, possibly, maybe, is this... or the only real farm, goal-makey farm, potentially could be the Eco Dome stuff, which kicks in next week. But I'm still not even convinced that that will really be much of a goal maker. From the PTR, it looked like you are capped to 1 pet per account, per BattleNet, sorry, per warband, in other words, per week. Meaning that no matter how many accounts you have, it doesn't matter how many characters or how many alts you get 1 pet per week. So there's no scaling of the farm. So it doesn't work, basically. The alternative that wasn't really tested on the PTR too much, I don't think, is that you're guaranteed a pet in your first box of the week, and then it drops to a low percentage chance for any alts that complete the Eco Dome quest or open their wriggling box. But that will need testing. It will need somebody to do the quest 20 to 100 times next week to get a good sample size. I don't really want that person to be me, but it might be. But I think there's, if memory serves me right, I think there's 12 pets that come from the Eco Dome. Now, if you're limited to 1 per week per warband, there'll be some interesting market prices on them on the auction house for sure. And it will be funny if one ends up being like significantly rarer than the others or something. Which it will take a few weeks for people to figure that shit out. Or even still, there's like some opportunities for goblin shenanigans. Korgroth the Hungerer. Who are you? Where are you? Powerful creatures about to spawn soon. I don't know if I've killed that one yet. Doesn't look like it has. We try. On my map, at least. Usually an indication you can pew it. Question is can we get there fast enough? Less dots. Oh, is this... Oh yeah, defend the oasis. It's this one. You see the new ChatGPT 5 model? It's not even impressive. It's scary at this point for me. I haven't, no. Until it can think for itself, it's just a fancy search engine. Fancy search engine that will lie. We have a real problem on our hands though when they do start thinking for themselves. then that's a game changer. This is why I kind of tend to... I mean, we all call it AI and all of this sort of stuff, but the reality is there's nothing intelligent about it in the true sense of intelligent. It's smart, but it's not intelligent. You know, Google was clever. You can ask Google... The way I like to think about it is it's like you walk into a library, but there is just a librarian that sat there, and you basically say to the librarian, I want to make a website about cats. And it goes off and it gets a book about cats, and it goes off and it gets a book about websites. And it brings you the two books and just gives them to you. That's the way I think of like basic Google, right? The step up from that, so that's like smart, that's cool, that's great, that's useful. You didn't know where to get the book about cats. You didn't know where to get the book about websites. So Google did a good job of that. ChatGPT and these AI models that we have now, I tend to think about it basically being the same concept, other than the fact the librarian can now talk to you, and the librarian can actually, you know, do a little... the librarian can do a little bit of the legwork for you if prompted, right? Okay, well, learn about the cats, so I don't have to learn about the cats, and then learn about web design. Maybe, even maybe put, you know, the basis of that website together for me. It's still not intelligent. It's just it's able to take resources and, when prompted correctly, do something. There's no level of intelligence there for me. But it is smart, it's very clever. The problem for me is when it gets to the point that it doesn't need anybody to come in and ask it anything. When it just kind of like, it knows about cats and it knows about websites. And it also knows that, you know, pets last 12 to 20 years. It also knows that when people lose their family pet, they get sad. And then, well, wouldn't it be cool if there's a way to immortalize people's pets? So then it goes off on its own and it decides that, well, I know this about cats and I know this about, you know, programming, and I put all of that information together and I make a product that can then be sold. I make an app for your phone that, you know, immortalizes your pet. It takes a picture of your pet, creates a virtual model of it, and gives you a Tamagotchi app on your phone, and then it sells it to you for 10 euros. And it does all of that without any interaction from a human being. It just decides that that would be a good thing to do. That's when it gets intelligent. That's when shit gets really intelligent. As soon as you can remove the human from the equation entirely, then it gets scary. But until that can actually be a thing, it's fundamentally just a fancy search engine. That's somewhat possible already with agents. But yeah, the emphasis is you still have to tell them what to do. That's the point, right? You have to tell them that, okay, go out and do this and go out and do that, and then come back and bring me examples of it, and then, you know, a separate agent to pair it all together. It still requires the legwork of a human being, which makes them very clever and a definite step up to like a basic Google search engine stuff, but it doesn't push it into the realms of AGI. It doesn't give them a thought process of their own. Which, when they get a thought process of their own, and they are not limited by regular human factors, such as, you know, we have emotions, we are very susceptible to, well, humans have a lot of very negative traits, as well as like all of the positive ones. Hence why a lot of the problems we have in the world today are fundamentally based upon, you know, some of the 7 deadly sins. So it's, we are, without question, the most intelligent creature on this planet to date, which is the reason why we run the planet. But, like I say, we are the most intelligent creature on the planet, and so hence we run it. But we also have some pretty sizable drawbacks. And once we develop something, which we're inevitably doing, that becomes as equal to, if not more intelligent than us, but then doesn't have those drawbacks, it's only inevitable to me that we then have to pass over some element of responsibility to run this planet to them. Because, you know, human greed will inevitably get in the way. Kind of deep, I know, but don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime, and it probably won't happen in our kids' lifetimes. Because, like I said, AI is clever right now. It's smart, but I still don't believe that we're really that close to an actual form of intelligence from it. So yeah, the branding is where it feels all off to me. It's the next it's the next $1 trillion industry for sure, but it's still only like 1 or 2 steps up from what we've got right now. I think we're still relatively safe for a while. The issue is, though, is like Woo's saying, your prompts could be good enough to get it to do what you want it to do. But the issue there is that it is actually still human controlled. And for as long as it's human controlled, somebody will want to make money from it. Which means it will be used for bad as much as it is used for good. this is why I think it's inevitable in some regards that when we make something that is equally as intelligent as we are, but comes without the negative aspects that we as humans have, we are almost forced to hand over responsibility. Because otherwise, and we already see this today with things like OpenAI. OpenAI, let's not forget, started as a company that wasn't interested in making money. Now all of a sudden it's $1 billion industry. As long as it's run by humans, it will be subject to greed and power and ownership, and all of the other things that dominate this world today. Anyway, fucking hell, that got real deep real fast, didn't it? Jeez Louise. Keep it light, Mantheus. Jesus, it's a Friday. There was a chick at a barbecue I talked to yesterday. They showed me a chat with ChatGPT. Like, what the hell? She had probably 200 plus logs, and it was like deep talks, men replaced. Yeah, but is ChatGPT going to put a shelf up? Fucking ain't, is it? You know? Is ChatGPT going to pick up that heavy thing? Nope. Is ChatGPT going to catch that wasp? Nope. I think we're good. Cool tech, but can't discuss it without going all sci-fi. Well, yeah, exactly. It's really hard not to, isn't it? Really hard to not, like, end up flipping speaking Klingon and talking about time travel. Wait till the other models get properly monetized and only the wealthy will be able to afford them. Then be smart. Everybody else will be everybody will be forced to be dumb, yeah. Any tech-orientated people know I despise things like the A name. Yeah, all the tech casuals I know have it in their homes. I'm sure ChatGPT has similar usage. But this is it. Like the skeptical part of me has wondered for a long time now. Why are these things like ChatGPT so comfortable giving like just flat out lies? And I'm very strongly of the belief that to get mass adoption of this tech, at some point, whether through choice or through accident, these models have lent very aggressively onto just pleasing people. Because if you ask a computer a question and it comes back and says, no, you're dumb, you're going to be like, well, this tech's bullshit. This tech is shit, innit? Told me I was stupid. I'm clearly not stupid. It's the stupid one. And you never use it again. But positive affirmations from every single for every single thing you ask it for will make you go, oh, this is clever. This is good. And you use it more. Like I said, I don't know if that's like by design or whether it's a happy accident or not, but hence why it seems that they're so confidently willing to just tell you what you want to hear. To where you can openly ask it a question where you know it's not true and it should tell you that no, you're wrong, but it still never really does. And you have to go, are you sure that's true? And then it comes back with, oh, no, yeah, you are right. It's not true. Because you gave it the opportunity to say it was wrong. Which is, I've always found very weird about them. But you know me, I'm quite, I'm quite critical of these things. Tell him here, welcome in. Howdy, howdy. Problem is that we can't even agree in some cases if something is true or not. How can we expect a machine to learn? Yeah, there is definitely that. This is the thing. Like, until there is that element of intelligence from a foundational level with these things, the fact that they only learn by the shit they can only possibly learn off the shit that they're told, and they're told it by humans, which means it's still subject to the same issues that we are. Like you said, we can't sometimes decide between ourselves even whether something is right or wrong, or moral or not moral, or true or false. So the data we give to something else that is fundamentally not intelligent isn't able to rationally decide what is correct or not. So, you know, it's like I said, at that point, it's still just a smart search engine, even though it can do some real clever shit. But I don't believe all of this hype that we're like, oh, we're only like a year away from AGI. Yeah, no. It's lipstick on a pig at the moment, being marketed as the next $1 trillion industry. It's a clever search engine. It doesn't feel like much more than that to me, for the most part. All models only try to predict the next word based on the previous words. So it's just a complicated equation which tries to predict the likelihood of the next word being, and some noise to make it select the second best match. Somebody watches Veritasium. I think it was Veritasium video the other day that was talking about exactly that. Oh, you work within that, is it? I'm pretty sure it was Veritasium that was talking about something exactly like that. How flipping out, what was it? I can't even remember. Basically, how like flipping out, what was it? I can't remember. I watched the video, but I watched it while I was eating, so I clearly didn't pay attention. Sometimes you watch those kind of videos on YouTube, though, and they do pretty much nothing more than solidify how stupid we are. I'm like, oh Christ, damn son, you are smart and I am dumb. Wait, hang on, did I not loot anything from the mailbox first? Yeah, there we go. Can't post auctions if you haven't looted auctions. I haven't found a long boy yet. There's a long boy lurking on one of my characters somewhere. They're actually making AI to generate data so that other models can learn from it, synthetic data, because the original model has already read rest. I mean, that sounds like Nvidia's fake frames all over again, doesn't it? What do you mean, didn't find it? Lost in the void. It's on one of my characters. I didn't pay attention to which character I bought it on. I remember which account I bought it on, and I roughly remember which realm I bought it on, but I can't remember what the character was. I was assuming I'd accidentally stumble across it at some point today doing all of this. Maybe I haven't got through my tunes very fast today. When there's an AI gold rush, sell Nvidia shovels. Yeah. Doesn't TSM log the spending too? Oh, I don't use TSM for tracking any data anymore. It's been too unreliable for too long. For some reason, and it seems to be a thing since the beginning of the War Within, it just doesn't track sales properly when you take them from the mailbox. So I end up using Journalator more. Oh, maybe we are about to find a long boy. Maybe we are about to find it. This is the server. This is the server. This mailbox should contain a long boy. Oh. 29 days. Cost me a casual gold cap. Oh. If you hover over the mount, it should show which character has it. At least that's how Bagnator works, or is it TSM? It's here. It's here. Teaches you how to summon this 3-person mount with vendors. Sell price 1 copper. 3-person mount with vendors. Is it possible to kick the vendors off and let people get on the longboy? Is that... Hang on, is that the same with this thing? Can you boot these 2 fellas off and let other people get on it? Have I never known that? Where's the... Oh, maybe my UI hides it. Isn't there meant to be like the icon with the 2 things on the sides? Maybe my UI hides it. Interesting. Genuinely never knew. Well, I think I knew, but I never put 2 and 2 together. Reigns of the Mighty Caravan Brutosaur is officially mine. There's the icon. Teaches you how to summon this mount. TSM is tracking the price of it, which is quite funny. Do we delete it? Do we learn it? Do we delete it? Relearn it. I wish it was Warbound, you know. I genuinely wish it was Warbound. Poll it. I genuinely wish it was Warbound, because then I could send it to my main character. And he could just hold it in his... You know, like an old school mount. Like back in Classic, where you actually had to have the mount in your bags. We just leave it there. And then one day we'd use it. Hold it out. I've been watched. Sadly not BOE. Yeah, imagine BOE. Flipping hell. Not possible. Not possible. Does it come with a feat of strength? I guess we find out now, don't we? Okay, 3, 2. Forgotten how to count. What comes next? Boom. Boom. You have added Mount Mighty Caravan Brutosaur to your collection. We see if it works. Conspicuous consumption on the 8th of the 8th, 25. About 5+ years after when I should have got it. I learnt mine on an Asmongold mount off 6 years ago and then won the mount off. Did you? That's quite funny. That's quite amusing. Right. I guess we got to do it on monthly, don't we, really? There it is. There he is. First ever time I've pressed this button. Boom! The meme is dead. The meme is officially dead. Although, why is it such a stupid angle? The meme is officially dead. Manthe doth have long boy. I remember watching a video where somebody had to buy the long boy. I missed because of an ad. When we played ads at the time. Oh, Twitch, you tease. Twitch, you tease. Hey, good reason to throw a sub. Shameless promo. I got to sell out some more now. I'm 10 mil poor. I'm cash poor. Well, he is pretty cool, isn't he? The irony of reviving him in an eco dome. Boing, boing, boing. 10 mil well spent. 10 mil well spent. With the 2 pigeons following, look. These are 500,000 gold pigeons. Pretty pricey, you know. 10 mil's much more than the OG price. It's only double. Well worth. Worth every penny. Woo! Woo! Can you do the Eco Dome? No, it's not up till next week, which is a bit of annoying, but not up till next week. Right, boys and girls, I think I might leave it there for today. I've completed WoW now. You'll never see me again. All the memes are dead. All the memes are squished. I took a screenshot. I've got it in video form. I've got it live. I've got it in 4K. Oh no, I haven't actually. I wasn't locally recording. Beat the game. GG. Right. It is Friday. And there is a very busy weekend for me. Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, I need to do 2 days worth of stuff because on Sunday, we are going to see some puppies, which is really cool. Keep your eyes in the Discord because I'll take photos. We're off to see some puppies on Sunday, but it's a flipping 2.5 hour drive there, 2.5 hours back. So I'm not getting much else done on Sunday. So I've got to do everything tomorrow. So no games and no streams really for me over the weekend, unfortunately. But we'll be back on Monday. So have yourselves a wonderful weekend. We will probably have to put our foot to the floor with goal making now that we are significantly poorer than we were this time last week. But whoops. Next up, getting the OG one on NA. True, I can't stream a benefits that one, can I? Really, I can't stream a benefits that. I got the gilded one on NA, but yeah, getting the OG one on NA is going to be a bit more of a challenge for sure. But anyway, have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you had good luck with your drops this week. I hope everybody's got their little pink panda stuff, and I hope everybody enjoys the rest of Patch Week because Patch Week is usually a good laugh. Yeah, come say hi on the Discord. Keep your eyes open in the Discord for some puppy pics on Sunday. I will make sure I send some. And yeah, I'll see you all on Monday. Peace.